they say. Evidence. Gaslighting police. UK. What they say to me at the door.
Hello there. Sorry. Which number are you?
You looking for number 8?
Number 11.
Oh, is that Ash? Is he alright?
I don't know. We need to speak to him, just take him to hospital, I think. 8's the only one I haven't tried. Is that your number?
No. What, sorry?
What number are you?
Number 8.
Okay. No, we hadn't got to that yet. You were next.
I'm
So
next?
Yeah,
Is that welfare concern?
Yeah.
In what regard?
I don't know. I can't.
Somebody made a call.
No.
No, I think this one's a bit different this time, yeah.
But thank you for opening the door.
Yeah, that's fine. You need to have a warrant to come anywhere near my home. So, if you've got...
I'm not going to need yours, it's fine.
Okay. You just said it on next.
Bella was in next to ring your buzzer, so that's it.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
What a load of lie. 1st of June now, 2 o'clock in the morning. On Wednesday, you didn't want it Freemasons. You knew exactly because you knocked at my window yesterday at 5:30 in the afternoon and gaslighting me. That bit again. Northampton Police Limited Company UK set me up all these years.
Police are at my door. Bang off my window.
Gaslighting program. Specific words you said. The wrong audio. They were hopping around till 9:15 PM last night. They set up
Hello there. Sorry. Which number are you?
You looking for number 8?
Number 11.
Oh, is that Ash? Is he alright?
I don't know. We need to speak to him, just take him to hospital, I think.
right. Hello there. Did you hear that? Which number are you? So while they're knocking on my bloody window, gaslighting perps, please. Next bit.
8's the only one I haven't tried. Is that your number?
No. What, sorry?
What number are you?
Number 8.
Okay. No, we hadn't got to that.
Did you just hear that? I told him I knew about number 8. Gaslighting perp.
Yeah, you were
I'm
So
next.
And did you hear? He said you're next. See how they twist words?
Welfare concern.
Yeah.
In what regard?
I don't know.
He said welfare concern. When he said next, and he referenced to me. And just listen to this.
I can't.
Somebody made a call.
No.
No, I think this one's a bit different this time, yeah.
But thank you for...
This one's a bit different this time. Right? And then they say, open the door. And that's the psychological tactics, because there's all of public servants moaning about, oh, she never answers the door. They staged it with Ash at number 11, the perp. This taken away. I bet he'd be back. He's staying in the hotel like he did 2019, and he'd be back. They staged this. I'm going to replay this.
If agents are abusing cargo outside.
replayed this the first time.
I haven't tried. Is that your number?
No. What? Sorry.
What number are you?
Right.
Okay. No, we hadn't got to that yet. You were next.
I'm
So
next.
Yeah,
Is that a welfare concern?
Yeah.
In what regard?
I don't know. I can't.
Somebody made a call.
No.
No, I think this one's a bit different this time, yeah.
Broken in, Noel.
Yeah, that's fine. You need to have a warrant to come anywhere near my. So if you've got.
I'm not going near yours this one.
Okay. I'm next.
Next to ring your buzzer, so that's it.
I
Look, accent. What stupid. Replay that. I'm verifying this. I'm just verifying. Because they know what number I live at.
got my door. Bang on my window.
Stuart Kirk at number 2. He sent his buddies to set me up with this. But it's all stage. I've got to get some fresh up in a minute. Because I MK looks cheap. In my wheelchair.
Hello there. Sorry. Which number are you?
Are you looking for number 8?
Number 11.
Oh, is that Ash? Is that right?
I don't know. We need to speak to him just to the hospital, I think. Eight's the only one I haven't tried. Is that your number?
No. What? Sorry.
What number are you?
Number 8.
Okay. No, we hadn't got to that yet. You were next.
I'm
So
next.
Yeah,
Is that a welfare concern?
Yeah.
In what regard?
I don't know. I can't.
Somebody made a call.
No.
No, I think this one's a bit different this time, yeah.
But thank you for opening, Noel.
Yeah, that's fine. You need to have a warrant to come anywhere near my home. So if you've got.
I'm not going near yours this one.
Okay. You just said it, I'm next.
The fellow was in next to ring your buzzer, so that's it.
I'm so sorry.
They could easily broken in the back door because the lock was already unbroken.
Well set up, that's a lie.
Yeah. And they abused my disabled babe. And they were too tall. Right. That was just sort of packing on the sauce. I didn't want it twice. Oops, I've lost it.
Keep this fine.
So, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I was watching something. I'm still awake, so I've got to get sleep in a minute. They get in the back door because they're not broken. Stop. So. And someone's trying at 2 o'clock in the morning to get the door right now. They're fucking rattling the back door. Just 'cause I got my bloody light on. Have we got the car park lights gone off? Well, that's convenient. Right. They're messing about with the car park lights. That's never gone off like that. Well, it looks like there's a power cut actually in the far back of the car park. Oh, it's now come back on. Look, oh, look, they're messing about with the car park light. Flickering green and bright orange. How demonic is that? Two o'clock in the morning, I would have thought a house at the back of the car park would be on. I think they're demonically trying to control those smart lights. My God. Oh my God. That gives me the cue to try and sort out what I've just dropped on the floor. Oh, it's a really weird world. It's just like I undercovers. Well, not undercover. I found some information out. And I don't always stay up, try not to stay up too late. And I've got to get freshed up, it's a bit late in the morning again. And I've got to turn that off, it's getting a bit warm. And I don't know if it's going to be true or not. But I just think they just put the scare, intimidation tactics on me. Because I won't be too surprised because I'm not bothered if the world tips upside down because of the way everything else is going, not just me. And I'm keeping a note, a diary. And basically, when I did a Facebook Live, you know, I'm never on there normally, and it's just they're triggering me. So all these years, I'm not going to retrash everything because that's what these reptilian shape-shifting demons want me to do. And reflex, monitor my responses. So I'm getting frequencies. I've got off Wi-Fi and I'm still getting hit by these frequencies. Anyway, a point being this. Pinch punch, first of the month, no return ticket. This is the first of the month now, isn't it? Punch in the face. I can't remember the rhymes. Is it punch in the something, no return ticket, and all these things you remember, first of the month, I really don't care anymore. That bloody offer can get returned to sender because they're using the so much BS. I just can't even bloody get me. The years of all this that's been going on, it works out that I'm in the MyLab program, the MK Ultra, the Super Soldier program. I'm in it. I didn't ask to be. I was born into it. Right? And everything I'm not getting off the services for years is all linked together. This is a Luciferian world. So next Tuesday, if anything don't turn up by then, because I'm looking at the dates, right? diary dates. So you got the Queen's birthday next week as well, and Prince Philip's birthday, right? And then we're looking at 4 weeks from the 7th of June to potential World War Three. World War Three prediction links up to the hidden messages in Against the Grain YouTube channel. I just did a brief video. I didn't share the channel. I don't know how to do the bloody links yet. Where the way he presented his information and broke it all down. Russia is threatening to tell the world, the Western world, the truth about the constellation in the space. And if the West doesn't say the truth to the public, then they will be going off with nuclear bombs, nuclear weapons of mass destruction, and affecting the West. Well, they don't really need that kind of technology because they've got the satellite technology, and you've got CERN technology, and you've got the advancement of other technology you can use, which this guy Against the Grain don't really know that type of technology. I do. So when you're surviving, being adopted by Black Ops military program, and you get the MK Ultra as a result of it all, and you don't realise that you've been chosen from birth, because you're the tribe of Dan, and you're not the tribe of Cain. The fallen angels, they're not angels, are they? The demons. God, didn't they trigger me bad? I really was seriously bad. Oh, I mean, I've just calmed down a bit, and they really did hit me with the frequencies at the same time. My emotions, I couldn't think properly. And then monitoring the brain responses, and they're monitoring those responses to the GY supercomputer that got in Utah, in America. So today was just to make it look real, authentic. Ash knows a lot of the occult that goes on the dark side of things because of his family and his connections in London. He's told me loads of stuff which I couldn't ever speak about over the years, and until they set him up in 2019 and they switched him against me to be a perpetrator. He's always been kind to me all these years I've lived here. And they literally got him under the thumb in regard to do whatever his family tells him to do at his age, and all he's ever done is being reliant to get his rent paid and all these kind of bills paid, and so of course he's been trying to make income what he can do. He's an intelligent man. He's a spiritual, intelligent man. And they got to him a long time ago and twisted him. But what he knows is nothing new, because I already knew a lot of stuff. Like a lot of people now are spiritually waking up and raising their vibrations. And today I just couldn't do that. Well, yesterday now I couldn't do that. Pinch, punch, no return person ticket. Punch you up, a beans a sign, no return ticket. I remember those two. I don't know. You start learning subjects and you know how to put things into fruition, and you know the truth on commerce and business, and how there's so much corruption. And if you join a fraternity, Freemasonry, and you think you're just going to get invited in an instant, like meeting up for business to get on in life, and your promise this, promise that. Someone's creeping around in the hallway. 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I know, Sarah. They're in the hallway at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. They're messing about the back door lock. I can hear you, stupid idiots. Get off your bloody arse and stop messing about the back door. You're on camera. And I can hear you. So stop pissing about, you idiot. Yeah, Sandra, can you hear that? Oh, yeah. We got to do something with the door lock. Oh my God, how stupid. And it is the 1st of June, so I do believe the solar flares are affecting people's mindsets. Oh, it's so funny. There is a solar storm apparently in the weather as well. And in America, they're getting really strange weather. And my friend in Australia, she's getting really, really cold weather. I mean, I know it's our winter, but it's extremely cold. And she's saying, you can't predict the weather now anyway, the weather engineering subject. Oh, life is such a bloody ridiculous. Yeah, so the predictions, you've got the war, the nuclear war, the dates are coming up, so you're looking at 7th of June. So if it happens, it'd be interesting. And the symbolism in Against Grey Media channel, you might want to check it out, and if you can just Google it or whatever and just watch it for yourself. It explains it really well and why, basically, as well. It does they cover the clouds, the skies with thick toxic clouds. They can't see the constellations at night around do anyway. But he makes reference to the constellations, and if I remember right in my training history past on the stars, and I used to love just watching these constellations. I used to live years ago, and I loved just looking over the sea, and in the bedroom was a type of window that you could open in the roof, and you're looking out, and it's lovely night, it's clear sky on the high top of the mountain part, and built into the mountain, these houses, quite modern at the time, ex-military type, and yeah, it was fascinating. So I've always been intrigued by the stars, and if you go camping out and in the middle of nowhere, you've got a clear night, you can see the constellations. But yeah, so the Nazi type symbol from the Second World War period, really, this guy on his channel, Against the Grain, was implying it comes from that constellation, and the way he's worked it out and explains it is really well. And then you've obviously got the Queen Jubilee, bless her heart, the clone, could be a clone. I'm no expert in all this, but other people, when they break it down and their software they use, and they can see it's a clone, double clone, whatever. But who knows? And then it is that subtle little things, and it's like in the magazines, the Photoshop photos, and it looks like a queen double. And then you got the mainstream media portraying that. You got who's the second down? You got the prince. I mean, if Prince Philip becomes king with Queen Camilla, there's going to be an uproar in those are already awakened to what happened to Princess Diana all those years ago. Then you got Prince Harry. Who's the other one? I can't remember that I'm married. And so that was in mainstream news. They're coming over just for the Platinum Jubilee. Oh my God. Oh, it's like these subtle little hints. It's like the Queen's mobility is a bit rough and all this stuff. But then you just pick up bits and pieces and you got to be careful which is true, what's not, and you just trust your gut instinct and on the royalty. But when you look at the monetary system, how wealthy her estate is and how the payers. There's a guy, I think his website, who talks, or I can't remember the actual name now, but he actually did a bloody good video. It's so funny. And the way he said things as well, he says, do you know how much a Platinum Jubilee is costing the taxpayer? Billions. And when people are starving on the bloody street and struggling to put food on the table and cold, and it's you either eat or you have heating, and they're completely, it's like. And there's somebody else did like a history take on this, and then they put out on Amazon like the history of the royalty. The original history looked plausible. All this history of the royal family looked really interesting and informative, and it's quite well put together. So until the 80s period when the Diana come on, and then from then that part of the documentary onwards, it was just so false. It was just so fake. It's just, but the earlier years is what the documents and of the early years of her being, not in line or thought she's going to be, in line with the Queen, and because of her father was king, because of the application of his brother, and the history of all that. It's fascinating, that part was. And you saw, she's just born into royalty, so her soul, her spirit, was chosen to be born into this, the original, the innocent, when you look at the history, bloodline, on the female line, it all goes back in bloodlines in the royalty, doesn't it, around the world. But on this side in England, there was some kind of, I'm not 200% on the German aspect. I do believe that was because the Queen's husband was groomed into his position and put through education from his connections. I'm not sure if it was royalty or his grandparents was royalty in Germany or something like that in Europe. And it's fascinating, that part of the documentary, because it's just taken from archives. It really is good. But the rest of the documentary is pathetic. So it's not, But, and then people were quoting on mainstream articles, news articles, and websites and stuff. Well, mainly YouTube channels, really. And they were saying about how those palaces and their country mansions could easily fit Ukraine refugees in the houses, all those rooms they got. You know, and all these subtle little things you pick up and see, this is going to lead to a bigger picture. Is it going to lead to people fed up and civil unrest? Is it because a economy is going to crash and the food shortages? That's all by design by the globalist elites, you know. And so it was really good and really interesting to see Against the Grain YouTube channel. His name's Argar. I think it's pronounced as IRIJOR. And then the funny bit about his stream was that he saw his absolutely part of the specific dates of the comets hitting his Earth, the Wormwood, Nibiru, whatever you want to call it, absolutely spot on dates, and describing how these planets are actually in the skies now, you know, and but the main part was predicting the specific dates of the nuclear war, Third World War. But anyway, that'd be just interesting to wait and see, eh? Yeah, wait and see. Anyway, I've got to just finish up this typeset. What I'm trying to do, just catch up some notes and just get to sleep. As soon as I fresh out, I'll be wide awake, most probably still. I think I'm going to put something on like super soldiers, because that needs to be told about this technology. Because when you look at, I've always been intrigued by history. So, if knowing this planet and knowing the things I know, and I'm on the radar anyway. I'm on the bloody radar. What for? It's just, you see, when you find out that this situation, so much things have happened to one in life, it's not a coincidence, and you go through each one, you survive it, you go through another, you survive that, you go through, it's a repetitive cycle. The cycle's not, but you see, in my bloodline, in my female line, we are white witches, or of the positive, or the healing type, natural healers, and yet the trauma. You see, when they mess about with the human brain to create disassociation, it's because they have the technology. Excuse me. To literally wipe the brain of memories. You know, so they come in as a black ops. They disguise it as alien adoptions, which is not. And then it's like they mess about with the subconscious, the subconscious part of the mind. It's astral projection kind of thing. I'm not expert to describe it either. Something like that. And then they just say, they lift your consciousness and put it into a clone body. So when my body wakes up, the pain is excruciating. The nerves, the damage to my body, my radiating, my teeth. And then when I play the audio back, I'm actually having a really good conversation. Like, I'm actually physically in that dream. I'm not in a wheelchair. I'm walking and talking and doing all sorts in that dream. But the dreams are manipulated with technology. And then you get radiated, the physical body does, but the clone body they put you in, yeah, it gives the illusion it's a clone body, but it's a consciousness, you know, that is astral planing, and it's, I'm not expert in describing how it's done, but people that run spiritualist type, these kind of websites, channels, they are very good at explaining it much better than I. But it's just really is so like, okay, so how do they have this extreme, very high IT technology already? And then, as I said, you go down these rabbit holes, you investigate this, and you find out, oh my God, I'm in a bloody program. For what reason? I didn't consent to be a test subject. It's like many people, so you can't just like, oh right, so who's doing this, who done that? I know exactly how this has happened. You know, sad really when my brother joined the army. Sad the way it happened. But yeah, he let sit to my son a few years back now about how everything's monitored. Everything what you do, say, on phones, on the internet. They don't just have to hack you, they know already. He can't say too much what he knows, because obviously he's sworn that document they do in the army, and he's out of it now a long time. But this program, what they do is isolate you, so you feel completely alone. Hey, your powers that be out there, I'm used to my own company, I enjoy my own company, because I've been a socialite for years before this, before things happened. So I put my talents to use. Well, you study law, you know what you know, blah, 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 blah. And then you get all the BS on your door. Anyway, that's enough for me. I'll keep saying that, and I need to do that. Right. So, gotta watch my data, see streaming. Let's see what's going on in America.
The flu or COVID-19?
Lows. We're at 1,048 even, and what we're seeing is pretty basic. The outflow is exceeding the inflow, which is creating a negative reading, and it's getting lower and lower and lower. I've got a quite shocking video that I want to share with you guys from Lake Mead that was sent in by my friend Kyle, who visits the area often. He's a truck driver, makes deliveries to the Las Vegas area. I'm going to share that with you guys here in a minute. Coming over here to spaceweather.com, I want to talk about last night's meteor shower. We were outside around 10 p.m. waiting on the meteors to occur. If it would have occurred like they anticipated, or at least there was a chance for a historic event, it definitely would have been something to see. So we were out there, had the cameras ready. Unfortunately, like most of the meteor showers that I've anticipated, there wasn't hardly anything to see. Most of the action was high up in the atmosphere. We were definitely in a debris field, but the debris was so small, the majority of it never made it down to the ground, or at least where we could see it. If you were in a location that was free and clear of any type of light pollution, you might have seen a lot more activity than what we saw. We saw 3, maybe 4. In fact, I'll share a video with you of what we saw last night around 10:22 p.m. We were out here at 10. We went to a location that was pretty dark. Right there was one that we saw, one of the 3, possibly 4. This one here was primarily white. Here I slow it down and I zoom in and I pause it here in this next segment. This one here didn't have any color. It was primarily white. The other 3 that we saw, I think we ended up seeing 4. They were red like you see here, and I believe that is indicative of iron content. So basically what happened, the debris was so small, it never made it to the ground, or at least enough to even spark a meteor that was visible with the naked eye and able to be picked up by cameras or recording devices. We did see a few out here. It wasn't a complete no-show, but it certainly wasn't a historic event. Coming over here to the website, I'd like to give an Earth Day shout out to Paul Lakio Jr., Mark C., Christy and Katie, Don D. Thompson, Chastity and Leia Snick all had birthdays on May 30th and May 31st. Hope you guys had a great day. Coming over here to poweroutage.us, you can see the power outages are still persisting throughout the plains as the storms are just becoming a part of the afternoon weather now. Every single day, it seems like, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've had severe weather somewhere in the central plains, the south central plains, or the northern central plains, even going up into Canada. They're still without power in parts of Ottawa, so storms don't just stop here at our northern border. They keep on going, just like you see today. They're going up into Ottawa right now as I do this video, and they're still trying to get power back on to several thousand people that have not had power now for over 9 days. The storms that went through Ottawa on May 21st ended up being a derecho that took out over 300 power poles, and they're still trying to get those power poles back up. News here coming out of Ottawa that you guys may not have heard of as thousands still remain in the dark from storms back on May 21st, and they're continuing today over here at sports.com. You can see that the hail is falling from the sky again, going down into southern Texas and Kansas, right parts of Florida. 2 tornadoes spotted in the Tampa area afternoon. Are you serious? Hail falling in the western area. Large hail falling in Nebraska yesterday. 4.25. That is softball size. That is unbelievable. The last 3 days, look at this. Hail extending over 1,200 miles, going up into Canada once again. Spotted in Minnesota, and they are still dealing with power outages today as there are 22,219 customers without electricity right now as I do this video. Coming over here to the Schumann River, which you can see in the last 10 hours, there's been a very strong, long duration spike picked up in the Schumann. Hopping over to the Yellowstone supervolcano caldera, looking at the seismographs that monitor the supervolcano. A lot of activity going on. East entrance, magma intrusion, and small earthquake. East entrance, same thing. Mammoth Vault, there's been a lot of unusual activity going on up there. This is from yesterday. There was an absence of data, and then all kinds of earthquake data showing up on the Mammoth Vault seismograph. We've been keeping an eye on Hebgen Lake, as that's the location of the very strong 7.2 magnitude quake of 1959. Here's another view of the Mammoth Vault seismograph that, again, looks very, very active. I want to take you guys now back to Lake Mead as we are looking at yet another historic low reading. It's never been this low, guys. 1,048. That number you see right there is an all-time record low. I have video footage from May 18th when the reading was 1,050.27. So it was 2 feet higher than the reading today. So here's the video that was shared with me by my friend Kyle, who took this video on May 18th, just a few days ago. Kyle and Danielle, as they were going across the Hoover Dam. Look at how low this is. Those are what they call
being conned into transferring money to a scammer? If so, you could be eligible to get your...
days ago. It's even 2 feet lower today than what it was back here, which is unbelievable. I have never seen the lake this low. In fact, it's never been this low. It's exposing new rings down here. Every day it's showing a larger overall bathtub ring. This video again was taken by Kyle as he was going across the Hoover Dam, and it's getting very concerning. This water supply we see right here in this video supplies water to over 40 million people. and produces electricity. So that is a very important number. That is a very important reservoir that continually gets lower and lower. But there's no lack of rain and strong storms in the Central Plains as again, they keep generating large hail and power outages, high winds, and a lot of rain in some places. This is what the map looked like yesterday. You can see the power outages again up in Minnesota and South Dakota. We're going to be seeing the same thing again today. In fact, let me refresh it. Now we have 9,000 customers in Florida without electricity. Wisconsin, just over 6,700 as the storms are moving through the north central plains this afternoon. Again, up into Ottawa, where several thousand residents remain in the dark now for 10 days as storms persist throughout the north central plains and the northern tier of the United States, moving up into Canada. Thanks for watching. Have a super day and be safe out there.
Yeah, this is the one. So you want to know the truth.
We have all gone our own way. And so, if you don't have Jesus, the Bible says that a man who puts his trust in Jesus is like him who built his foundation on solid ground, and when the wind blows against it, nothing happens to the house. The house stands strong. But if you reject Jesus Christ, Jesus says it's like you building a foundation on sand, building a house, building a foundation on sand, and when the wind blows against it, it falls and it crumbles apart. And so, if you don't have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you are lost, you are wandering from the truth. And so I pray that you guys will come to the truth that is Jesus Christ, because Jesus says that I am the way, the truth, and the life, and that no man can come to God unless he comes through me. And so, no matter what you're going through, Jesus understands, my friends. Jesus understands what you're going through. Jesus knows that you're struggling.
Your council or social housing provider does not want you to know this. If you have ongoing issues with your home, including leaks,
there is a lot of things definitely going on right now, folks. This is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. We're going to be going all across the board, covering a lot of things here, folks. We're going to be talking about what's going on with food. Them mentioning there's only 10 weeks left of wheat, and actually there's way more to that story that a lot of people have not really told at this point. I'm going to be getting into a lot of that, what's really going on, and actually it's increasing the amount of items that are being stopped for export, just completely stopped, and I'll explain why as well, and why it'll be more as time goes on as well, because I actually have a business channel. I cover all these type of things and go into great detail. We have inflation at the highest level in some countries. Check this out. This is not the US of A. This is another country in Europe. And this is 1997, folks. This is 1997 until now. This is not like, some 3-year graph. It's like 40 plus years, 45-year graph there. Highest level ever. And ours is as well, by the way. Ours is extremely high as well. Check this out. Like I said, we're going to be getting into a lot of things. We're going to be getting also into some predictions. It's a little bit of Elon Musk, actually, and quite a few other things as well. Even some plans for, I'm not going to say the zombie apocalypse, but you never know, you know what I mean? Probably not the zombie apocalypse, but actually I have a video I'm making on that as well, by the way. A realistic potential way something like that could happen. And I'll be putting that up soon here. It's not this video, though. I'll maybe slightly brush onto it a little bit. But getting started on this whole thing, check this out. We have U.S. savings rate at the lowest level since Lehman. Brothers, the guys back in 2008 when the banks had all the issues and everybody got some money. Mainly banks, actually. Remember that whole thing? Yeah, well, we're at the same level when it comes to savings rates right now. No one has money in the bank, apparently. As you can see, it's the same level as it was back then. 2008. And if you go up here, let me show you this one. You have here revolving credit, which means pretty much credit cards. It could be other stuff as well. As you can see, we're at the highest level ever. Like, literally ever. Okay? Highest level amount of credit card revolving, and not necessarily just credit card, but just revolving debts ever. And so nobody has anything in the bank, and we have the highest amount of credit card debts. Pretty much is an oversimplification of what it's saying there. Not looking the best. Not looking the best. Actually, considering also on top of that, what's amazing is the amount of wages went up in 1 year, almost 13%, year over year. Raise. No joke. And actually, believe it or not, you're in a worse place now. You actually are still spending more money than you were a year ago, even though you had a 13% increase in your wages. Inflation was faster than your wages. So, and of course, now there's reports coming out saying that your wages are plateaued. There is not going to be any more wage increases, at least currently. This is what they're seeing. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to stay like that. We don't know. Wage growth has slowed to a halt in February. We're not in February anymore, folks. This, of course, was put out in March. But we have also some other more recent articles. I thought this was a recent one. Maybe it's this one. I got another one over here. Yeah, this one's very recent. Within the last few days. Wage growth hitting its peak. Okay, so they were already thinking that back in February, apparently, but now it's even more obvious that we've plateaued on wages. So I guess that's enough data right there to make it pretty obvious that that's probably the case, that your wages have plateaued while inflation's still going up, by the way. Inflation's still going up. Your wages have plateaued. Not exactly the best sign in the world, of course. And, of course, on top of that, the guy we're talking in charge here is saying that gas prices being high is great. He's praising it. It's awesome to have high gas prices, of course. And it's an incredible, transition that we must go through. We must go through this. We must pay those high prices at the pump. apparently, this is what he's saying at least. I don't understand why, but supposedly we need to pay it, folks. We need to pay that high bill for some reason. I don't think that would have flown. I don't think that would have flown with the previous guy. If he would have just came out and said, yeah, you guys need to pay that bill, it's a good thing, I don't think a lot of people would really go for it. They'd be like, no, really, no. Now, of course, we have a lot of other things going on. This is also something, and if you're watching this and you're like, I did not watch this video, you didn't. This is actually a new version, and I'm actually adding stuff to it as well. And you might have noticed like some new stuff already on the beginning. You're like, this is a little bit different, but it seems the same or something. It's not the same video. It's actually a new version. I am editing it and making it better, I guess you would say. We have this now. Let me show it on screen, might help. Bird, thing going around. Some of them are getting sick, apparently. And what's really going on, though, from what I've heard, talking to some people that are knowledgeable in this area, that what they would have is like a farm would be doing all these tests, and just one of them, just one chicken, is shown to have it. Okay? They will basically remove thousands that are around it as because of the one. Just one may have it. Sometimes those tests aren't exactly the most accurate either. One has it, potentially, they just literally tens of thousands gone. Chickens. That's why your egg prices, that's why your chickens, your poultry prices in the supermarket, all those are going up right now is because of this. And of course, also, they've been having a ton of recalls. My wife's the one that's been telling me about this, and she's like, she can't understand this. And she's not into any of this stuff. She don't think the same as me exactly. And she's like, why is there so many recalls? They weren't recalling food. She's been here for a decade. Okay, she's been living in this country for a decade, and she's never seen this before. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, recalling bacon, recalling this, recalling that, recalling rice, recalling this. And they're all for different reasons, too, by the way. Some metal got in there. Some other thing happened over here. And she's actually not even believing it at this point. She's like, really? Give me a break. This doesn't even make sense. And so we're seeing a lot of this. We're seeing recalls. We're seeing this go around, some sort of bird thing going around right now. And then there's a million articles about this as well, which is kind of odd. Egg shortages. So we're seeing this everywhere. We're seeing airplanes just go into like food processing plants, like 2 different planes. It's like, what? It's like, obviously something doesn't seem exactly, normal here, folks. Before it was like 4 a year of these processing plants would have issues, like something went like that or something. Now it's like 30 plus in 1 year. And it's like, that's a little higher than usual. Then you have all these recalls on food, then you got eggs, and then you got this bird thing going around, and you're just like, really? It's almost like someone wants me to pay high prices for some reason. Eggshells were about half full at Fry's Market in Arizona on May 23rd. He's talking about the prices of eggs being $5. I mean, I remember when they were like 80 cents, dude. I remember them being 80 cents, and that wasn't that long ago. Like a few years ago.
Let me show you how to shake your lemonade. You don't have to jump on
What's up with him? It's just smug. Look, it's everywhere. Now that's smug.
Picky up, sip a cup of tea.
Thimble welcomes all credits from poor to excellent. Check if you're eligible in just 60 seconds at getsmug.co.uk. Get Smug. Get Thimble.
Like a few years ago, like 80 cents for, 4 or $5 now. Yeah, here we go. He's even talking about it down here. Between $115 and $279. 29 monthly report. Average price range for 29 months. Or no, monthly. Not 29 months. April 29th, monthly cage-free shell egg report, whatever that means. So, it just seems a little rather odd, the prices being so high. You know what I mean? I've kind of noticed that myself. I remember them being 80 cents. Now we have this as well. Check this out. We actually have a farm here. This is yet another example of this stuff. Look at this. Another one. Just like this. And there's tens of thousands of chickens now as a result gone at Forsman. We're talking farms here. And then we have this. This is what I was talking about as well, that now we're starting to see, and there's a reason why this is happening, folks. And this is something that has to do with the prices and the inflation. A lot of countries are now, more and more of them are stopping exports of various products. Now we also have poultry as well. This is Malaysia. Malaysia apparently, country's biggest poultry producers are essentially stopping exports. And then you have, I mentioned India with wheat, and now India also with sugar. We have Indonesia with their cooking oil. You already heard about the formula. And also there is some other countries as well joining on board, I can't remember which other ones there were. There was a couple other ones as well. Is it Thailand? Brunei. So there's some other ones as well. It seems like there's multiple countries now, and I was predicting this would happen. I was like, and the reason why is because they want to keep the prices low and all that, and they can't do it if they're exporting. Supply and demand. It's a whole supply and demand issue, which means your prices are going to be way higher. So not only do you have this bird going around, you also have exports being stopped in a lot of countries. So you're going to see prices go very high. Probably next year is going to be extremely high, I think, based on what I'm seeing. And then, of course, you had the 10 weeks thing where they were saying there's only 10 weeks left of wheat supplies. Because of that WAR and because of India stopping exports, wheat is essentially dwindling down to nothing, to where it's going to be, and just imagine how many things are made with wheat. Just imagine. So you can imagine what prices are going to be like, 3 months from now, okay, with anything made of wheat. So this is something definitely is going to be a big thing, all right? So there's that. And, of course, also getting onto some other things, because I don't want to just talk about that. I'm trying to kind of go across the board. I mean, we're going to be talking about, like I said, Elon Musk and some predictions and some plans from the GOV in case of a zombie apocalypse, apparently, stuff like that. Not necessarily a zombie one, but other types like WAR, like a world one, okay? They are actually talking about plans and even telling everybody, apparently. Here we have this as well. Elon Musk is now realizing that we're not in one of those worlds anymore where you can just sell things everywhere. Verse CHINA, how they plan to actually remove his Starlink satellites. Yeah, apparently capitalism isn't working too well when some countries are not on board with it. And it's kind of interesting. So they're saying they're going to, we're going to remove those Starlink satellites of yours, We don't really care what you think about that, Elon Musk. What do you think about that? And so that's going on. And what's curious about this, they say, you see that? I have a theory as to what they mean by that. And, of course, it could have something to do with the fact that, obviously Starlink provides internet to the entire planet. And, of course, over there, they don't want certain information to come in. That's one thing. But there's probably a lot of other things as well. Who knows what's on the back end of some of those satellites? Maybe our GOV is using them for other things, if you understand what I'm saying. Maybe there's more than one use for those things, not just internet, but other things as well. And that could be part of it as well. And then on top of that, you now have documents like this. Even the New York Times talking about it. Documents shed light on, we're talking plans for various scenarios, such as a zombie apocalypse. Actually, it doesn't say zombie apocalypse, but I'm just ad-libbing that in there. It's talking more so about things that go like this, and, you know, a huge, you know, of course, WAR, things like that, you know, which could easily happen anytime here, considering what's going on in other countries right now. But on top of that, we have also this happening, which this really, I haven't seen anybody talk about this except for one person who is a business person that I'm guessing a lot of you guys have never even watched. His name's Joe Brown. He was covering this. This is rather curious. New experience. Now, when you read this, it's going to go right over your head. It's going to go right over your head. Because I'm going to explain what this is. And then you go like, whoa. Okay? It looks like nothing when you read it at first glance. New experiments pave the way for, what are we talking about? International payments using CBDCs. Right? Okay. So, what is this? What is this? They're talking about the SWIFT banking system. They're talking about, okay, so I've told you guys about the fact that we don't have gold backing our dollar anymore, right? Which is not good, obviously, but then they went to the petrodollar. The petrodollar is where they have oil backing our dollar. That dollar is being required to buy oil. Well, that's now waning. That used to be 90% of all oil purchases were through the dollar. Now it's like about 50%. So they're realizing that no one wants the dollar. Well, they do want the dollar, but they don't want it that badly, obviously. They want it less and less. And they're like, well, we need to keep the dollar out there. We need people using the dollar for them to basically stay where they are at. They want to be at the top, of course. These guys that multi-billionaires that want to stay there, don't want to go out of business. You know what I'm talking about, those dudes. So now what they're doing to replace the petrodollar is they're setting up their financial payment system entirely over the entire world, where everyone's required to use the SWIFT to send money. And so they're trying to set it up to where they have the entire financial system. These guys over everything are trying to have the entire financial system of the world over underneath them. And they want to make new currencies. So they want to make a new currency, and they want to be over all the financial systems of the world. What would that make? A one, world, maybe currency? Yeah, maybe, very easily. And then there's more to that than this. There's a problem for them. They have a little bit of a problem. Right now, they have a huge problem. A certain particular country that's in a WAR right now, we'll call them the Ruslans. I think you know who I'm talking about. The Ruslans apparently are completely off the SWIFT banking system. They don't want it. They don't need it. Also, CHINA is off that system. They don't need it either. They don't want it. So that's a problem for these people that want to own the entire finance.
My acne ruined my life. It made me so depressed that I didn't want to ever leave the house. I didn't want to go to work or see any of my friends. I just wanted to hide. Medication from the doctors made it worse. It actually made my skin bleed raw. I got to the point where something had to change. I've researched ingredients and created a face mask that actually cured my acne. And it's helped loads of you guys too. I literally couldn't be prouder. I still get the odd spot now and again, but I've actually learned to love them because they got me here.
Financial system. They're like, we need that. That's why there's a WAR right now. That's part of it. Okay, that's one. Two, they're not winning over there right now. So the Ruslans are technically winning in that respect and are staying away from this system. They're getting away from this monetary system, and they made their own system, and they're competing with these guys. Maybe they also want to take over. I don't know. They're competing with them, though. So there's two sides here. Now, a lot of people think we're at the end already. I don't think so. The fact that we have them not being able to agree and get everybody on board with this means something is not going their route, right? And if you know, of course, the good book talks about things happening in the stars, constellations. I've mentioned this. I've shown this graph before. We had the blood moons, the 4 blood moons, and it happened 1/5/2015, right? And it indicates we're in a new time. And if you look at the good book, I pointed out how this is referring to we're in that time before the end. Before the end. Where the King of Kings comes back. You know what I'm talking about? So, I mentioned also that there were some new thing that was discovered, a new book, Zechariah in the Dead Sea. We're talking those scrolls in the Dead Sea. I think you know what I'm referring to. They also found these 2 particular items with this new scroll. And again, the Dead Sea, of course, scrolls are essentially the OT of the good book. So they found Zechariah, okay? And they found these 2 particular items next to Zechariah. I discussed this on a previous video. And what's intriguing about this is these 2 particular objects that are near the scroll they discovered in the Dead Sea. The scroll Zechariah has a story about a woman and a basket in it. So the scroll that they found next to these 2 objects has a story about these 2 objects in it. And it says here, a woman sits in the midst of an ephah. Ephah is a basket. And he said, this is wickedness. So the woman being this right here. Okay? And it says that it, what does it say here? It says that they will be taken, as you would say, out. Or caught off right here, as you can see here. Those that do wrong. Those that take. Kind of like these people trying to take, more power. So this to me says, this is almost like the man upstairs telling us something. Telling us that, no, they're not going to have what they want yet. They're not going to have this world, GOV yet. It's not happening. Because he is not wanting it to happen yet. This is my theory. This is my thoughts. Here we got the more easy to read modern version saying these things. What is it? I asked, he replied, it is a basket for measuring grain. Very interesting. It's about grain. And it's filled with what? Iniquity from the land. So he's trying to tell us something. He's trying to tell us something. And I think what's being said is that they're trying to put their thing in place, but I think it's going to be denied. It's going to be denied. I think so, personally, and I think it's going to happen later on. This is their first attempt, and I think it's going to fail. And as too many people understand what's going on. And so I think they're going to fail at what they're doing. And they've already, even some of the top people that are part of their organization. We got George, we got Henry, that were at that, forum. There's some of the oldest guys there. There's some of the smarter guys there. They're like, look, we're losing. They've blatantly admitted it. They're losing. And the other guys are like, no, we're still winning. No, you're not. You're losing. Okay? You have 2 super, powers that reject your system and are diametrically against it. Your SWIFT payment system. Okay? They're not going for it. And they're not going to go on board. So this is something that's in their way and not allowing them to have their way. And I think it's because of all the things they've done wrong. It's going to be coming back, what is it, karma? That karma word. It's kind of like that. Take things that don't belong to you. And what happens? It doesn't matter what you believe or not. It comes back, you know what I mean? At any rate, also, of course, if you haven't already, you might want to get yourself some food supply, 25-year shelf life. Of course, considering all the things going on, all the things I just talked about, might be wise to get it now. $297 for a month's worth, $747 for 3 months worth, and also all the other things I talked about, the WAR and all that. Might want to get this book here, Lost Ways, How Your Great-Great-Grandfather Lived Without Electricity, how to build a cellar, how to do things around the house. Hundreds of pages long, illustrated. You want to get the printed version, definitely, because you don't want an electronic version when you have no electricity. Link is in the description for that as well. And of course, my website, GR Videos. I just uploaded 3 videos last night to my website. Link is in the description. I put them in the membership section. I did put like one in the free video section. Link is in the description, folks. And at any rate, so all that's going on. It's $4.95 a month. First month is free. In the membership section, that's where I have my latest stuff that I'm putting up, talking about things I can't exactly talk about over here. Again, link is in the description for that. And, of course, also appmex.com. I got links in the description for gold and silver. If you haven't already, I would recommend you definitely buy some. I would say silver is probably the better bet. And it's also cheaper. So, link is in the description for all those things. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Thanks for watching. This topic of Buddhism is very intriguing. Here we have Buddha sitting under the pipal tree, which he attained enlightenment after obtaining the knowledge on how to reach nirvana. He remained beneath the tree another week, contemplating the nature of the tree and muttering its beauty. You see here snakes giving wisdom to Buddha on how to attain enlightenment. We also have snake underneath him as well, coiled up, kind of reminiscent of the Garden of Eden, with the snake there tempting Adam and Eve with knowledge. Now, this is not the only thing you can find like this. There's actually a lot of this. Usually the snakes are almost always in these type of pictures of Buddha. Not all of them, but often. You also have the dragon, although this is difficult to see here. This is a dragon's face. Dragons are often very common with Buddha pictures. This is a celestial Buddha here. I'm wondering if these are the supposed to be the snakes themselves, because often it will have little snakes pointing in. This is sort of like more dragons behind him. Here you see demons around him, often with bird faces and such. And I'm going to play a video in a minute here from a guy who's basically exposing Buddha. You see this demon above him, which looks like Baphomet. It's also both sexes. But it has a bird's face and bird's feet, which also commonly you'll find certain older depictions of the devil as having a bird's face. Okay, and this actually also echoes back to Egyptian hieroglyphics of Hermes. Of Hermes or Thoth, which is the false god of knowledge. Maybe I should pull that up. You have the emerald tablets of Thoth, which were found at the top of the pyramid at Giza, and you have this fallen angel, I'm suspecting a cherubim, that was giving this knowledge to Hermes Trismegistus, which was a prophet, alleged child of this god. Okay, and these emerald tablets are written in Phoenician, which is Paleo-Hebrew. Paleo-Hebrew is what the original Hebrew Old Testament was written in. It's considered the language of heaven. Of course, if you have fallen angels, they would speak the original language of heaven, which would be Paleo-Hebrew. I'm trying to find a better picture of how it's written, so you get an idea there. It's written on an emerald tablet, literally. And, you know, a lot of people think, oh, this is just fairy tales. No, actually, it has a bird's face, the exact same as this. This has a bird's face. Okay? And I've already found actually some connections, not even really looking a lot into this. You see a lot of connections. I read some stuff already that connects it sort of back to the Egyptian religions. The lotus, the universal symbol of the lotus, which is what Buddha is sitting on here. Okay? And I think it's sort of a false Holy Spirit. Okay? You know how the devil likes to counterfeit everything. Something I forgot to mention real quick here. The lotus is a twofold type of divine and human hermaphrodite. So again, we have this Baphomet type of concept. You see here. I'm trying to get it to where it shows it. There we go. It's Baphomet concept of hermaphrodite. With being dual sex, so basically pointing to that. And then also, it mentioned about the sun being the center. Where is it at? Here we go. The universe evolving from a central sun. Now, this may not sound like anything to people when they just read this and are not aware of sort of the history of this history. But the Emerald Tablets of Thoth say the exact same thing. I pulled those up a minute ago. Here we go. They say that everything comes from the sun. S-U-N. Okay? And this is, you know, Nimrod. Nimrod is the sun god. Semiramis is the moon god. Okay? And Copernicus and Galileo were both Hermeticists, which means they were followers of Hermes or Thoth. They're the same false god of knowledge. You know, the knowledge, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Buddha sitting under the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay, see how this stuff all ties in? Copernicus and Galileo both were reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and that's where they got their concept of heliocentrism from, that the sun is in the center, and everything worships the sun or derives from the sun. Okay? This is where Copernicus originally got his idea to have the Earth spinning around the sun. Was from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Okay? And you can see here, this is the lotus symbol, which is sort of universal between all these various religions. And the lotus symbol is saying we came from a central sun. It also is, it points to this hermaphrodite being symbology. And so we have here the lotus, and we have here this demon, which is a hermaphrodite, which is equivalent in symbology. So that lotus flower or this are equivalent, and both of them are in these various Buddha murals or paintings or whatever you want to call them. So I just thought I'd point that out real quick. Okay, 4 angels of, or genie, 4 quarters of heaven. So we see here, just like what we see with the pseudepigraphia, like the Book of Enoch, and all these books that the church essentially tried to close the doors on. I mean, the Book of Enoch was pretty much lost until it was the late 1700s, I think it was, when it was rediscovered in Africa. The Catholic Church pretty much got rid of it. And 2nd Esdras chapter 13 predicts that they would get rid of these books. These books would be hidden. We call it also the Apocrypha, and the term Apocrypha means hidden. Talk a lot about the 4 quarters of heaven, talk about fallen angels and genies, and this is where you get the connection. If you go far enough back, a lot of these ancient texts say very similar things. It's just you get perversions, like the Sumerian tablets have perversions of what really occurred, okay, in the Garden of Eden. So you have the devil counterfeiting what was really happening in the Garden of Eden. You have the devil counterfeiting what happened in the flood. That's why you have numerous flood stories. You have the Sumerian flood story. You have I think it's about 40 different flood stories from all major cultures around the world. And I think a lot of that can be contributed to the fact that, at the Tower of Babel, God confused the languages, and they all dispersed with the languages of each region, and they had still the same false gods. They came from Sumer. This is where the Tower of Babel was. This is where the Sumerian tablets were found. They came from there. They all dispersed. Same false gods. Same false Babylonian trinity. But they took it to their whatever region they went to, and then they built their religion from there. And then a lot of that ancient stuff was lost. And what you see today is Buddhism. Actually, Buddhism came out of Hinduism. I'm going to cover that in a second. But you see Hinduism. You see elements of other Eastern religions like Taoism, Shintoism even, where they claim to be descendants of gods. And this is also like the Egyptians with their religion. With Buddhism, Buddha actually means more than one thing. In Buddhism, in Hinduism, the term Buddha is the avatar of the god Vishnu. Orthodoxy or a heretic of Hinduism because they reject certain parts of Hinduism. It's considered heterodoxy because they're non-theistic. Okay, but then at the same time, the Buddhists, what they did is they basically declared Buddha to be the avatar of Vishnu, so they're claiming he's a god. That's why they have all these idols of Buddha everywhere. So even though they claim they take away all the deities, they still retain one deity. At the time of Constantine, 300 in the 300 AD range, when they basically melded Sol Invictus worship with Christianity, sun worship, and Sol Invictus, even after Constantine allegedly became a Christian, he was still talking about these false gods, as if they still existed, and you still revering them, and even had coinage with him next to Sol Invictus on the coinage, and changed Christian holidays to become pagan holidays, Easter and Christmas, which are on winter solstice on. Pagan, okay, which a lot of Christians are not aware of still, obviously. They think they're Christian holidays, but they, again, came from this paganism. So the devil was able to get this Babylonian religion into all the religions. He tried to. With Christianity, obviously, there's many Christians that reject all the paganism in Christianity, right? Matter of fact, a lot of the Protestants that came to America were very much against Easter and Christmas. A lot of Christians are not aware of that. Catholicism brought it back into America and made it popular. Now Protestants celebrate Christmas and Easter just like everyone else does. So, but I'm kind of going all over the place, but I wanted to just hit mainly on Buddhism, but I wanted to kind of tie in some of the other religions and show you how all this stuff points back to Babylon. Because it all does. Okay? Buddhism came from Hinduism. Came from the Tower of Babel. They also have the mother-child connection with some very ancient understandings of Hinduism. They have the mother-child, the Trinity, the false Trinity, the Father, Mother, Child Trinity. Even in Taoism and some of these other Eastern religions, they have it also. It's pretty much into everything. A lot of people are not aware of this, but I just wanted to kind of hit on this real quick, and then I'm going to show a video. This guy, he exposes this even more, the satanic influence in Buddhism, where basically it was demons giving knowledge to Buddha. And he even asked Buddhist monks about this. Okay, so it's not as if he's just making this up. He's actually asking them, what is this right here? It's a demon. They even call it a demon. Okay? This topic of Buddhism is very intriguing. Here we have Buddha sitting under the pipal tree, which he attained enlightenment after obtaining the knowledge on how to reach nirvana. He remained beneath the tree another week, contemplating the nature of the tree and admiring its beauty. You see here snakes giving wisdom to Buddha and how to attain enlightenment. We also have a snake underneath him as well, coiled up, kind of reminiscent of the Garden of Eden, with the snake there tempting Adam and Eve with knowledge. Now, this is not the only thing you can find like this. There's actually a lot of this. Usually the snakes are almost always in these type of pictures of Buddha. Not all of them, but often. You also have the dragon, although this is difficult to see here. This is a dragon's face. Dragons are often very common with Buddha pictures. This is a celestial Buddha here. I'm wondering if these are supposed to be the snakes themselves, because often it will have little snakes pointing in. This is sort of like more dragons behind him. Here you see demons around him, often with bird faces and such. And I'm going to play a video in a minute here from a guy who's basically exposing Buddha. You see this demon above him, which looks like Baphomet. It's also both sexes. But it has a bird's face and bird's feet, which also commonly you'll find certain older depictions of the devil as having a bird's face. Okay, and this actually also echoes back to Egyptian hieroglyphics of Hermes or Thoth, which is the false god of knowledge. Maybe I should pull that up. You have the emerald tablets of Thoth, which were found at the top of the pyramid at Giza, and you have this fallen angel, I'm suspecting a cherubim, that was giving this knowledge to Hermes Trismegistus, which was a prophet, alleged child of this god. Okay? And these emerald tablets are written in Phoenician, which is Paleo-Hebrew. Paleo-Hebrew is what the original Hebrew Old Testament was written in. It's considered the language of heaven. Of course, if you have fallen angels, they would speak the original language of heaven, which would be Paleo-Hebrew. I'm trying to find a better picture of how it's written, so you get an idea there. It's written on an emerald tablet, literally. And you know, a lot of people think, oh, this is just fairy tales. No, actually, it has a bird's face, the exact same as this. This has a bird's face. Okay? And I've already found actually some connections, not even really looking a lot into this. You see a lot of connections. I read some stuff already that connects it sort of back to the Egyptian religions. The lotus, the universal symbol of the lotus, which is what Buddha is sitting on here. Okay? And I think it's sort of a false Holy Spirit. Okay? You know how the devil likes to counterfeit everything. Something I forgot to mention real quick here. The lotus is a twofold type of divine and human hermaphrodite. So again, we have this Baphomet type of concept. You see here. Trying to get it to where it shows it. There we go. It's Baphomet concept of hermaphrodite, with being dual sex, so basically pointing to that. And then also, it mentioned about the sun being the center. Where is it at? Here we go. The universe evolving from a central sun. Now, this may not sound like anything to people when they just read this and they're not aware of sort of the history of this mystery, but the Emerald Tablets of Thoth say the exact same thing. I pulled those up a minute ago. Here we go. They say that everything comes from the sun, S-U-N, okay? And this is, Nimrod. Nimrod is the sun god. Semiramis is the moon god, okay? And Copernicus and Galileo were both Hermeticists, which means they were followers of Hermes or Thoth. They're the same false god of knowledge. The knowledge, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Buddha sitting under the tree of knowledge of good and evil, okay? See how this stuff all ties in? Copernicus and Galileo both were reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and that's where they got their concept of heliocentrism from, that the sun is in the center, and everything worships the sun or derives from the sun. Okay? This is where Copernicus originally got his idea to have the earth spinning around the sun, was from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Okay? And you can see here, this is the lotus symbol, which is sort of universal between all these various religions.
Send money with Remitly to your loved ones back home, how they prefer. This is the app your phone's been missing. Get it today.
vegetables. I can't really draw in. Oh, should get paint. Here. Large, stick it all this up. Look, Wi-Fi. Don't pick this up. Uh, I thought this was dropping. It's fine.